Test, test. There it is. Let's see if that works. Get some more light here. How about that? A little better? How's everybody doing tonight? We're going to be building a build for Mr. Coty tonight. This one is one of our flagships. Now we've got a little bit of a reflection here on the video card with the plastic, but it's an RTX 3080.
Oh, there.
Gonna run through the build here and then we'll get started. How about that? So we'll start with the CPU. We're going with the Ryzen 9. This is the 5900X. It's got the 12 cores, 24 threads. Got the PCI 4 for all the PCI 4 needs that you'll need. We're going to be plugging that into a MSI X570S, the Gaming Edge Max Wi-Fi, which is a renewed version of the Gaming Edge board, pretty much. Then we have 32 gigabytes of DDR4 memory. This is by Team Group, which is T-Force Delta. Got the addressable RGB on the top. This is 3600 megahertz CL18. So it's a pretty good kit, and it also allows 2 empty slots on the motherboard, so if you ever wants to expand it to 64 gigs, it has the ability to just simply go out, purchase it, and pop it in. So there's 2 empty slots on the build. Then we've got a 2 terabyte M.2 Gen 4. This one's by Inland Performance. If you're not familiar with this brand is by Micro Center, or it's considered Micro Center's brand. So this is actually a really good SSD for the price. The fans we're going to be using today are, again, the Deep Cool FC120s. We're kind of switching over from the CF120s that we were using previously to the FC120s, simply because these are you could daisy chain these very easily and save a lot of time, and a lot of just keeps the build a lot cleaner with the daisy chain, rather than having 2 cables coming from each individual fan. You have 1 cable that daisy chains into one another. It's kind of like the Leon Lee fans, if you're familiar with those. Very similar. I know for some reason the camera's having a really hard time picking up the red and black here. But I know this is these are red and black cable extensions. We have a few more actually from another kit that we're grabbing out of that to make sure we have all the extensions we need, because this is a pretty big build. So we're going to be cooling the CPU with a Deep Cool Castle 360EX, and this is a 360 millimeter AIO. Hey, how's it going, Agent Smith? Hype, let's go. Yeah, for sure, man. 360 millimeter AIO. You probably have seen me build pretty close to the same build before. We use a lot of the same components, just different core pieces, such as the Ryzen 9 3080 and the X570 motherboard. But we're going to be powering this entire system with a EVGA 1000 watt gold power supply, and this is a Supernova. Fully modular, so again, helps us with the cables.
Nice.
Going back to the video card, we have the MSI RTX 3080. This is a Venus 3X Plus, so got the 3 fans on the cooler, which makes cooling a lot better. Most of the 3080s, I believe, come with 3 fans now. I don't think there's any, or very many, two fan. But this is the 10 gig card, and this is the OC edition. We've got pretty beefy build to build tonight. The case, we are putting this in the Leon Lee 011 Dynamic Evo. We're using the Evo, which is similar to the 11 Dynamic, but it has actually some customizations you can make to the case. So for example, if you want it reversed, you can actually flip the whole case upside down and have it reversed. Instead of having your window on the I guess it would be your right side, you can have it on the left side, etc. So there's a couple of different configurations you can do to it as well. So I like this case because you can customize it that way. But let's get started. If anybody has any questions, let me know. I'm happy to answer anybody's questions. We're just going to go ahead and jump into this and get the build going. Again, we're starting with the X570 motherboard. Just going to get these antennas out of this box. Get rid of that extra cardboard. I like to kind of have everything ready, so I'm going to go get my M.2 screws. I don't think we're going to need them for this motherboard. I think this one has that on the board there. But here's our X570. This is our Max Edge. Beautiful board. Got plenty of heat sinks across all the M.2 slots. So you definitely have lots of passive cooling for your M.2 SSDs if you ever consider this board. I really like it. It's a great board for the price. You get a lot of features out of it, all packed into a single board. And there's plenty of addressable RGB options on the board. There's you got 3 PCIe lanes here that are full size, which I like, especially if you're adding more cards to it. Hey Matt, what's going on? What's up? Thank you for stopping by, man. And just so everybody's aware, we are streaming to Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook, all 3 at the same time. So if I'm talking to somebody and you don't see it in the chat, that's why. And I'll try to read everybody's comments so everybody's in the conversation. We're going to go ahead and get this Ryzen 9 5900X 12-core 24-thread out of this box, and we're going to slap it in the socket gently. Agent Smith, thank you for the hype. How's it going, man? So here is our Ryzen 9 5900X. Still in our plastic sleeve here. Pop this out, lift this handle up. And if you've ever installed an AMD CPU, you're going to be looking for a gold triangle. That gold triangle is going to match another triangle on the socket. So just look out for that when you're installing your CPU. It will only go in one way, and it just settles in very easily. You don't force it in. You will bend pins. And there we go. We have our Ryzen 9 5900X installed. Not sure if the light's going to allow me to see it because it's very shiny. Don't think it's going to. So we'll do the RAM next. I'm going to use the 2 slots here that I opened up on the slots, or the things. Let's get this open. So how's everybody doing tonight? Anybody have any big plans for the week? I've really enjoyed using the T-Force Delta RAM. The RGB really syncs well with the software. I've never really had any issue with the motherboard software, whether it be ASUS, ASRock, MSI, Gigabyte even. I've just never had any issues with them. Whereas in some cases, you'll buy RAM and it has a weird issue, doesn't always sync up. I've had Corsair, like top of the line RAM, does not even sync up with the RGB light software, and it takes you physically removing the stick, replacing it to solve the problem, which is kind of a pain. I don't know if it's a problem with the RAM or if it's a problem with the software and the compatibility with the RAM, or maybe it's a BIOS issue. I'm not sure. I've ran into that quite a few times, but with T-Force Delta, never had that problem, which is nice when you build a lot of computers. I'm just opening up our 2 terabyte Gen 4 M.2 NVMe. So that's 2 terabytes of space. So there's plenty of space on this SSD. So games are getting bigger. Solid state drives are getting bigger and cheaper, which is nice, because you're gonna definitely need more space in the future here if you haven't already gotten more than 1 terabyte. You start installing like 3 or 4 games, you'll find out very quickly that 1 terabyte is almost not enough anymore. So I try to push for 2 terabytes for most people, because it'll save them a few minutes and a headache later when they have it already in their system. They won't need to add it later on. It's already there. Especially how rapidly these games are growing in size. And it's not that much more expensive these days. I think 2 terabyte you can NVMe Gen 2 you can get for around $200, which, yeah, it's a little expensive for a Gen 4 2 terabyte. But Gen 3 you can, I think, get for about $140 right now, 2 terabytes Gen 4. So if your 1 terabyte is your Gen 4, you buy a Gen 2 and you add it down here towards the bottom of the board, you're really not losing any performance there. I mean, you are, because it's not Gen 4, but I mean, 2 terabytes for $150 is not bad for an NVMe drive. There we go. We got our M.2 drive installed, we got our CPU installed, and our RAM. So I think we're ready to pop this case open and get that bad boy up here. That doesn't fall over. So if you've ever opened this box before with a 011 Dynamic Evo, you'll get a nice box of extra parts, which is going to be sent with this build, just in case we ever change anything up on the build. But we have literally all the extra spare components in this build if you ever wanted to switch anything up or change the orientation of the case itself, which is nice. Really like the flexibility of this case. We're going to go with the standard 11 Dynamic build. So it's going to look like an 011, but we do have the option if we ever needed it. Again, that's nice. Nice to have, a nice feature. Wow. So this view that you're looking at is the bottom. This is your fan or your vent, I guess magnetic vent, dust collector, so to speak. Your bottom has all of your cables right here, but these feet are removable. Everything is removable here, and you could switch it to the top, and you could flip the whole case upside down if you wanted to convert it so that it's reverse. I guess that's the right term for it, is reverse. But these panels remove off the top here. Hey Toby Manning, how's it going, man? What's up? There's a lot of cool things you could do with the Evo case, especially if you have a unique setup that you want to do. Oh. It's heavy. It's a heavy case. Gonna pop these panels off so that we can start getting everything, or get this board installed, to get the fans installed, radiator mounted. Got lots of work to do on this build. There are a couple screws here for the glass panels, which is nice, because they don't just lift out, and if you ever have the top panel off, your glass and your side panels aren't going to just fly off again, which is nice. You do have 2 screws holding them in, and that is what I just took apart there, or unscrewed. And then the last panel is the back panel that we're going to be removing here, which sounds like I just broke something, but I didn't. It's strange. Something just fell off. All the plastic clips are there, so I don't know what that was. We'll find out. Huh. Very interesting. Whatever it was, it fell. Now I can't see it. I'm more curious than anything about what it was. I don't think anything broke. Anyway, that was interesting. But here we are. We have the 11 Dynamic Evo. So we're going to get the motherboard installed. Anytime you're installing a motherboard in a case, you want to make sure you have all the studs already there before you drop the case or the motherboard into the case. You also want to look at your motherboard and see if you have any plastic peel-offs that you need to peel off. This one, in this case, we don't have any. And our studs are all placed in the right spot. So I'm ready to just put this motherboard into the case. There we go. And then we need our screws for mounting the motherboard, which is going to be included with the case. Generally included with the case. It must be in the other box because it's not where it normally is. Thought I pulled them out right here, but apparently I'm just crazy. So how is everybody doing tonight? Yeah, I'm just crazy. I thought I pulled this out already. Just lose my mind. One PC at a time. Let me know if I need to adjust that music or anything. Too loud. Some of the tracks can get a little bit overbearing. I need to go through that list and clean some of it up. Hey Adam, thanks for the like a few minutes ago. Appreciate you, sir. Can't always look at the screen when I'm looking down and everything, so I'm trying to keep track of everybody best I can. So you'll receive quite a few different bags of screws here, because there's, like I said, many different options you can do with this case, and we really only need the standard screws, which I believe is this package here, which is going to help us mount the board and get everything we need mounted on the case. Here we go. We got our screws. We've got 9 of these bad boys to screw in. How's your Monday going? My Monday was quite exciting. At some point I thought I took a website down, but I didn't. It was just poor communication. It's all good. I got told one thing, and another was happening. So, all good. And the website's up. So. That screw's got something messed up. Wouldn't bite. Kind of weird. Anybody planning any future builds here in the near future? Anything cool and exciting? Been wanting to go back and do like a retro sleeper type build, just for fun, more so than anything, just to be able to take modern parts and put it into an old system or an old case, so to speak, get it working, make it fit. Been done before, but kind of a cool thing to do. I built a computer out of Mountain Dew cans in the past. That was a tough one. I built a computer out of wood. Built a computer out of... I actually turned an old Xbox, not Xbox One, Xbox into a computer. Took all the guts out and rebuilt it with a computer inside of it. That was a long time ago. Been quite a few weird ones. Alright. Got our motherboard mounted, all 9 screws installed. So now we're gonna probably get the cables before we do these fans. But we can start doing the fans here and get through that pretty quickly, actually, with the daisy chain. It'll be quick. I think we have... This one has a tray that we have to pull out anyway. Fans. Nice, easy tray that pulls out there. Then you can install the fans on the tray and then put them back in all as one unit. Nice. Time saving. Let's flip this around right now and let's get this panel removed. It's a that way we can, I think it's this one, yep, this one, get these cables routed. I like to try to route these cables beforehand. That way they're not in the way when I'm, or not in the way, but that way it's easier after I put the fans in. It becomes a little bit more difficult. Toby, I saw a PC build like that, or like a Minecraft chest over at PAX East. Pretty cool. Yeah, I've done quite a few custom ones, like not a Minecraft, but quite a few weird custom ones before. I like them. I like the unique ones. Those are fun. Gotta make things fit and make things work. Gotta think through things to make things work. It's just fun. Fun. Fun, fun, fun. Okay. Got my cables all loosened up here. Send our USB 3 through our spots here that we need it. Plug it into the board. Nice and neat. We have our USB-C and HD audio here. Same thing. Push it through where I need it to go. And just plug it in since we're here. Nice and neat. And our HD audio will be down at the bottom, so I'm just going to run that wire here. I'll flip it over here in a minute. Get to it. My power cord. Should have, here it is. F panel. Right here.
I just killed you.
There we go. We got our cable, which is called F panel. This is going to go on the panel that's JFP1. Very easy. I'm glad. So Leon Lee is one of the first few that puts all of their front panel here in one unit rather than having individual pins that you have to individually plug it into the JFP1. So I really like this feature. It simplifies the build. Anybody that, and the old way of doing it is such an old way of doing it, let me tell you. That's been the way to do it for the last 15 years. And I'm so happy to see, because it's pretty standardized across any motherboard, where the layout for JFP1, which is your front panel, power connections and reset buttons and anything like that. Leon Lee is one of the first. Outside of NZXT, I think they've tried doing like an adapter, and then Asus has done an adapter that is included with your motherboard to simplify it. So a couple other people have tried different ways of doing it, but just something simple like this, which they did here, is all they needed to do. And I'm starting to see that now with Leon Lee, which is nice. Just little detail I wanted to shout out. Show you. Simplifies things, especially for new builders, first time builders. That's probably the most confusing part, I think, is trying to figure that panel out on the motherboard. And now it's just one cable, one connection, only can be plugged in one way, or should only be plugged in one way, and it's not going to be damaged if it's plugged in wrong. You can't harm anything. Fine. But just a little detail. Thought it was cool. Alright, so this fan tray came out from the bottom here. And that's where our fans are going to be mounted at the bottom. So I'm going to take this tray out. I'm going to move this case a little bit. Maybe.
Gosh, we're gonna have 4
And we'll get these fans mounted to this bracket here. My fans. And if you weren't here earlier, we are using the FC120s, which is 3 addressable RGB PWM fans, so controlled by the motherboard. Lots of rainbow addressable RGB light, and they're daisy chain as well. They're very easy to work with. Keeps the back of the case nice and clean. So if you haven't tried these, I would recommend them, especially if you want to use your motherboard software for the RGB. Highly recommend. With this package, you'll see you got 3 sets of 4, a total of 8, 12 screws here. And then you'll have 2 different wires. One's an extension cable, make sure you can reach where you need to go. And then the other one is the connections to your PWM fan header and your 5-volt RGB, and then your SATA, because it's powered by the power supply. So it is synced and controlled by the motherboard. The reason why they're doing the SATA connection for power is so that if you're daisy chaining more than a certain amount, it's going to have the power it needs, and it's not going to burn out your 5 volts or your PWM fan header because it's not getting enough power, or the fans aren't working right because it's not getting enough power. That's why you have that option there. Probably cheaper for them to do it that way than give you a hub, which makes sense. Though a hub probably would have made it a little bit more simple, but at the same time it could have complicated it a little bit more, so could go either way. Alright, so these fans are going to be intake, so we want them face this way, and they're going to be daisy chained. I'm going to get these mounted and then I'll daisy chain them. Actually, you know what, I'll just daisy chain them right now. You know what, we'll do it after we mount it.
Yo.
Just trying to line these up so it's clean. And then we'll get these screws out. We're going to need all of them. What I'm going to do here is just kind of get the screws started on the fans, and then I'm going to center it up a little bit, because we're going to have a radiator on the top and I want to have it centered as best I can without needing to move the fans later. Pretty close. Been told by many people that I should use an electric drill here, but I'm kind of scared to do so in this position. If I drill too hard, too quick, and I don't stop, that is not going to hold, and then you'll need a bigger screw to solve the problem, and I don't know, I'm just not a fan of it. I just like to do the hand tighten thing. Might take a few extra minutes, but at least I know it's tight and it's where I want it. Toby would probably appreciate that, being more of a mechanic than me. So did you go to PAX East, Toby? I'm pretty sure you said you did. I'm just now drawing a blank all of a sudden. So believe it or not, this process is actually a lot quicker than what it used to be, installing fans and radiators and whatnot in these cases, because we have a lot less cables to deal with. It's really nice. I wanted to show you this. I have all the fans installed here, which is nice and neat, and it's the direction that I need them. This being the bottom of the case over here. But I'll show you this daisy chain. So this fan we're going to plug into this fan over here, which you can only plug in one way. But it's as simple as that. It's connected. And the next fan that we just plugged into is going to connect right here into this end fan, like that. And this piece right here, this cable is gonna go to the EWM connection and or also the addressable RGB connection, which is that other cable that I showed you earlier. It's nice and neat. So I'm sending one cable through. Very easy to deal with. And I'm going to line that up, slide it in, and that's literally how easy it is to mount these bottom fans now, compared to what it would have been in a Leon Leo 11 Dynamic, which is still pretty easy to do, the regular one, but you would have to hold the fan there, and then you screw it in from the bottom. It's a little bit different. This way is a lot easier. And if that was a radiator, which I don't recommend putting a radiator in the bottom unless you have one at the top to collect the air. Toby, sorry I missed your message there. Yeah, I went on the Friday. I was hoping to link up with Mern on Saturday, but tickets were sold out. Yeah, I thought you guys went together, but then I did see Mern's video and I didn't see you there, and I'm pretty sure he would have mentioned you if you were there. So that's why I was like confused there for a second. I'm like, did you go then? I just remember you guys talking, going, both of you. That's cool. I want to try to do something like that, like get to PAX East, and I think I even had an opportunity to go to one of the events coming up here, or maybe it's already coming past. But I wanted to set up a booth to show off some of the systems that we built. Maybe build a unique build just for that event. That would be kind of cool. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see what the future brings. Definitely going to need more volume if we want to spend that kind of money on marketing. Maybe we do a giveaway at the end of the event or something, and of that special PC that was built for that event. That would be kind of really cool. That would be really cool. Like somebody's day. I'd be down for that. Oh. Come on! Bring some height to the table. Yeah, those are the fans. Super easy. If anybody is looking to build with these fans, is looking for a simple fan that's not going to break your budget or your bank, so to speak, these are the fans I would recommend. They're super easy. Hey, Coat Man, how's it going? Cody, this is Cody. I just read it wrong. Hey, Cody, how's it going, man? We're building your build right now. This is kind of where we're at right now. Started a little bit later than I wanted to, but we're building right now. I'll be staying tuned for it, my friend. That'd be a blast to see you out there. Yeah. The other problem with like going to some of these events is getting your hardware, especially if they're computers and they're kind of sensitive to travel. Getting them there. I'm not gonna like just throw them on a UPS truck and have them shipped there. I'm probably going to. I'd probably have to drive them down myself or have somebody drive them down, and that's a lot of time, especially depending on where the event is. Like the one in Texas, it's like a 24-hour trip one way. To Texas, depending on where it is in Texas. I think it's Houston, but yeah, it's hey, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate you. Hey, 1228. Hey. But yeah, it just kind of depends on where it is, I guess, and the timing, because can't leave my builds go too long. Cody, nice. I had been on earlier, checked in every couple 30 minutes, pretty pumped. Yes, sir. Yep, I've been
I know.
pretty excited to get this build done for you, man. So we are working towards it. Right now, we've got the motherboard installed, the CPU, the SSD, and the RAM installed on the motherboard here. And then we also have 3 of the intake fans on the bottom here installed. So next, we're probably going to do the side fans here, and then we're going to do the radiator. And then from there, we'll get the rest of the cables plugged in and get the graphics card installed. And then we'll be doing the power supply, and then we're firing it up. So should be probably about an hour or so, maybe an hour, 15 minutes before we have this fired up. Approximately. Depending on how much I talk. Everybody's probably rolling their eyes. If you're on Twitch, if you're watching on Twitch, there are some commands in chat that you can run to play with in the chat, and then there's also a tool tool out there that I'm playing with, but you could play some sound effects in the stream, etc. So it's kind of cool. Play it around. I didn't list really all the commands yet. I gotta find a way how to get the commands to you, the people, without making a big ugly mess of messages. So I'll figure a way out. I have a couple ideas and I just haven't gotten to it. Heck yeah, man, sounds good. For sure. But yeah, it's coming along pretty good here. We're gonna work on the side fans. Actually spin it around like so. John Cena.
Oh my gosh.
John Cena. I don't know if I'm gonna get like pegged for some copyright stuff on that yet.
What?
But there's quite a few different sound bits I threw in there. So I was like, what can people do while they watch me install fans, which is probably the most boring part of the build. Something that's fun. I don't know. I'll play around with stuff. We'll see. I'm just getting these fans pulled out of the box here, and then we'll get them installed. Okay. So we want So, all right,
Nice.
nice.
Are you gonna? Haven't done.
So this tray actually pulls out as well. For anybody that's curious, you can actually pull this whole tray that I'm screwing into right now. That'll lift right out. I'm not doing it because for what we're installing, it's not that big of a deal. But if you had a radiator that you needed to install here, you can very easily do that. Just an FYI. Makes it a lot easier when you can pull the trays out. Same thing with the top, I believe, is also something you can remove. But again, we're probably not going to do that. I'm just going to hold it and get a couple screws in it and finish it off that way. Just because I'm that type of guy. So I was like super excited when Deep Cool released these fans. And I was very stoked to get a hold of them. We actually have an opportunity with a company called Phoenix. We're going to be reviewing a couple of their items they're sending us, specifically their fans and their cables, I believe is what they're sending us. And we're going to be looking at the quality of those. I've already made some recommendations on their not flagship case, but their case that probably is the best seller for them. And that is the Nova, I believe it is, by Phoenix. And just a few recommendations because they are coming out with or designing a new model. So we have some input with Phoenix, which is kind of cool, on case design. Kind of cool. Just a tidbit of random information that we received over the last week in collaboration with Phoenix is kind of cool. They're also talking about working with us on designing a micro ATX case, which would be also pretty cool because there's really no super good like go-to micro ATX case except for maybe like a thermal take, within a reasonable budget that's not like $500, that has good airflow and has good aesthetics. There's really no perfect option outside of thermal take, and thermal take, I'll be honest with you, isn't the favorite for me. So it's not as pretty as what it probably could be, and it's starting to look old and dated. So looking forward to all of that here in the future. So I probably should have plugged these in before I mounted them, now that I think about it. Oops. That is a little bit of a tight squeeze to get my fingers down here. But it's okay, we still can get it. Fighting it. Sorry, I'm not showing you what I'm doing, but I had to move it. Gotta remove this to get to it. Getting in my way. as simple as these fans are, I'm struggling with
Anything.
getting plugged in. I'm an idiot, didn't plug them in before I mounted it. This is where mounting that on thing would have been beneficial. But instead I was like, no, I don't have to do that. I can just mount it right to it. Because I'm good at what I do.
Oh, they're planting.
Got it. Finally. Yep. Okay. We got it. We did it. We didn't have to panic, freak out, or anything like that. We did it. So there we are. We've got 2 sets of fans in there. 6 total. Now we're going to get the radiator mounted. And that is... Gotta remember how that mounts. I'm pretty sure we have... Pretty sure we have mount that we have to get on this thing. But we have another set of fans that we're going to be putting on this radiator.
Ah!
It's a 360 millimeter radiator. Hey, play Crap Brave for 0. Thank you for playing the musics and the sound bits. I appreciate you for playing around with them. Again, I have some commands. I just... Number 1, I made too many and I don't even remember half of them. Number 2, I have so many and if I send it to you guys, it'd be like a big mess. I really don't want you guys to have a big mess on this thing. I don't know how to get it all. I guess I could put it in like a note on the about page or something. Twitch. It's on the Twitch side, guys. If you're on Twitch, you could play around with it. This is our 360 millimeter AIO. Huge. It's gonna go on the top. And we're gonna get the mounting kit taken care of here. I believe we have a little bit of work to do there. Our huge box of hardware. Comes with more cables, more fun. They're cool, just don't want to overuse them. Do whatever you want, man. It's your stream, your build. Are they too loud? Like, are they like super loud compared to everything else? Feedback's kind of good. I probably have to tone them down because I literally just added them today, and then I was playing around with it a little bit. This is really exciting. This is going to be my first desktop. No, but don't want to be spamming. You're not spamming. Don't worry about it. Your build, man. You can spam whatever you want on here. AM4. We are just using the back panel that's already there. I should know these things, and I do. I build with so many different ones, I just want to like refresh my mind. But got a bunch of different mounting pieces for the AIO. I just want to be sure which one I'm grabbing is the right one for socket, but I don't have to backtrack. Makes it easier, save some time. these. These we're not using. These we will use. These we will use. Perfect. Okay. We're going to take this off. This plastic bracket here. I'm going to be replacing it with some metal studs that come with this mounting kit.
Over there. Yeah.
Which are these little guys right here.
Thank you.
And I'm going to do 2 at a time, so that way the back plate on the back of the motherboard doesn't just fall off. Hey Thomas Otto, how's it going? We got the video card in for you, sir. So we're going to be building yours next. Tonight we're building Coty's, which we got the final parts in over the weekend here that we were waiting on. So we are building for the next couple days, I think. Which is nice. It's a good change of pace. So thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate you.
Good night,
I'm so excited. I am for you as well, man. It's back there. The pile of parts over there somewhere. I'm just kidding, it's labeled. Everything's invoiced and it goes by that invoice number, so everything has your invoice number on it. I'm very organized actually, for how I receive shipments and all that stuff.
Buy me, please.
That's so I don't like accidentally give somebody a 3060 that was supposed to get a 3080. That would be kind of messed up.
Someone buy me.
Okay, so we're gonna get these fans here. We are gonna send the hoses to the front. We are going to put a fan on the rear. So we want our wires going to the right side here of our radiator. And these are the fans that we're gonna be using, the FC120s by Deepcool. They are PWM addressable RGB. Very nice fans. They're also kind of like a modular design slash daisy chain. Makes it easy. Cleaner wire management. Got to keep repeating that over and over again.
Nice.
It means a lot to me. Won't need this with this.
Hey, yo.
And we've got our mounting hardware here for installing the fans to the radiator. It's got all your tall screws and then also the small screws for mounting the radiator to the case.
That's on
So all of our hardware here. Nice and easy.
Nice.
Just have, again, 12 screws to deal with. And we're on our way for 12 more screws. Fun.
It's closer.
Fun. And the kids in the background playing Valorant. Raising her right. Do-do-do-do-do. Leroy Jenkins. Thank you for playing that one. That is actually one of my favorites. That was earlier. Sorry. Do-do-do-do. Leroy Jenkins.
And so I play with I
Okay. So we got all of our fans mounted to our radiator here. But before we go mounting anything, I just want to make sure our cables are plugged in here so we don't have to deal with those behind the scenes, if you know what I'm saying. Kind of like what we dealt with earlier. We're going to get these plugged in before we do that. And we're also going to put the extension cable on the end cable here. So that way it is easier to grab. Doesn't hurt to put it on there, but it's easier to grab it. And I'm also not entirely sure which direction it's going yet. Might be going to the top, might be going to the bottom. We don't know yet, but we will soon. You can see here I just got to shove through the hole. So, pick up this case gently. And this radiator is going to get mounted here. Anybody else seen the problem that I have here? I forgot about tray thingy on this case because I keep thinking I'm building in an Evo, or not an Evo, a regular dynamic. Maybe I should just screw up here somewhere. Where is it? Where's the screw? Where's the screw? Hello, screw. So I kind of forgot that this one has a kind of a tray. I keep thinking I'm building in an Evo. I keep thinking I can work around that. And I just gotta tell my brain to stop doing that because it keeps slowing me down. Because this one also has a tray similar to what it was on the bottom, which we took advantage of because it was nice and easy. But for some reason decided that we weren't going to take advantage of it here at the top. Okay, we just got a piece of styrofoam. There we go. There's our tray piece. I don't know if you can see all of what I'm doing. Trying to be this tray piece that I'm holding right here. Going to go on the radiator and then we'll slide it in. I'm trying to center it up because we centered it up just like so on with the fans. We're trying to do the same thing here. Best we can. That way it's centered. Both the top and the bottom fans. And the radiator. Yes, sir, we're all excited. So we're about an hour, 14 minutes into the build. We're looking at about another 40 minutes or so left. Maybe less. Depending on how much more I screw up. Didn't really screw up, I just kind of fell behind there, right? But we're doing pretty good for the build size. I mean, pretty decent timing.
Right.
Is anybody else doing any crazy plans, or does anybody have any crazy plans for the week or weekend coming up here? I'm just looking so forward to mow my lawn every week now in the summer of Michigan here. Something I look forward to every week. And every time I hire a service to help, I guess my lawn is cursed or something, because they just stop showing up. Stop billing me too. It's like, okay. I don't really care how much it costs. I hate mowing the lawn. Coty, I'm working, but this last weekend was overly insane. I would have to agree with you, sir. I have family in town, and my sisters, if anybody knows me personally pretty well, I am second oldest of 9, so I have a lot of sisters and a lot of brothers. All of my sisters were home because they're out of town. They live out of town, and they're all in town. So suddenly your house becomes the sibling hangout because you're the oldest, and why not? I don't know why, but my house is always the hangout, which I don't mind. It's okay. It's cool catching up with all of them, but all week, and then the weekend on top of that, so then you don't get a weekend either. Like, man, can a man be alone for a few minutes? It's okay though, I love my family. So what made your weekend insane, sir? Go. We're all mounted up here. Yeah, here in Texas, I've had marijuana a bunch since February. Oh, you poor thing. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Sorry. In Texas, I would expect it to be so dry down there that you wouldn't have grass. But I have driven to Texas before, and I did find grass there, so can't say that. Sorry. Us northern folk think of Texas as, hot and dry. But it's also dry heat. It's not like humidity heat. Like in Michigan, sometimes you can't even walk outside without thinking you're having a heart attack because the air is just so heavy. Some days. It's not all the time. Most of the time, I'd say Michigan's pretty good. Except for when I'm doing yard work, and it's usually too hot. I'm going to wipe this thermal paste off here, because this is stuff that comes factory applied by Deep Cool. We're not going to be using that. We're going to be using the Thermal Grizzly, which we have here. Let me show it to you upside down. This stuff is probably the best stuff in the market, especially for hydro or for water cooling, which we're doing here. But I want to clean that copper off to make sure it's nice and clean. So let me go get a rag real quick.
Oh, I hear
It is, but I live in a place when you drive closer down south towards Houston, it gets pretty humid and gross. So kind of like the Florida feeling. Day of bar hopping, then graduation for my best friend, and then that night bar hopped. Oh geez. So I'm getting pretty old, and I struggle with bar hopping. Usually it's like 2 bars and I'm done. And it's not because I'm a wuss or anything. Trust me, I can handle myself. It's just I know what I'm going to feel like the next day, and I do not want to feel that way. Usually I have to do something like build a computer, and I don't like building computers with a hangover. I'd be sitting here just slurring my words like, blah, 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 blah. And you guys would be like really questioning who you chose to build your computer. Like, this guy's building my computer. Ooh, I don't know if I like that. Kind of freaking me out. Yeah, I can't really justify doing the bar nights anymore like that. I think the last bar night I had was for my wife's 30th birthday. We went out and grabbed or rented a big bus, split by like 25 people. It was a large bus. Let me tell you, it was a big bus. And then we bar hopped through Detroit and St. Clair Shores and Royal Oak, I think we ended up at. No, I don't think so. It was just St. Clair Shores and Detroit. Just a whole bunch of different bars. And I wasn't even driving, and I still couldn't. I stopped drinking after like the second bar because I was like, nah, don't want to hurt tomorrow. And I still hurt even with that because, yeah, it's because I'm getting old. Guess that's what it's called. So I'm adding these brackets to the pump here, and that sounds pretty fun though. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. We had a good time. Not saying we didn't. We definitely had a good time. Sounds like you guys had a good time too. Usually if it hurts, you had a good time. Thug life. That's probably perfect for this. The next investment is to get a wireless like earbud, which I actually have, which, you know what, I don't even have to get them. I have them. I have everything I need now that I think about it. But get them hooked up to the stream PC so I can start actually hearing all the alerts and everything. Because right now, I'm only watching the alerts and I have nothing playing back for me. So it'd be a lot easier to interact with those sound bits now that I'm introducing them. Would be easier if Friday night memories are fragments. I'd say that those memories are probably in the archives and you just have to just wait for the right moment for them to come out or be pulled from the archive. Those nights are usually the best nights. So here we are, Thermal Grizzly. We're going to be applying it here to the CPU. Yeah, a little bit. Probably more than enough, but being picky. Probably more than enough, and I'm being picky. Sorry. Ruh-roh. Kind of an awkward position for the hands, not gonna lie. Whoa, Betsy, get in there. Tried moving on me. Well, we are making some real good progress. That's all I gotta say. Good progress.
Yep, Viper Wobby, Viper Wobby.
Needed a sip of that refreshing Coke. So, question for you, Coty. I know down south, a lot of people like to call all sodas Cokes. Is that true?
That's up top.
Well, at least that's what I heard. The Southerners call it pop. Or we call it by name. But you all call it Coke.
Nice cat.
That is one that I have never really understood. I guess you should tell me if it's true or not. I think so, yeah, like older people, but I call it soda. I hate hearing it called pop. We call it pop up here all the time. Great. Soda. We always think of like Canadians every time somebody says soda, soda, soda. So that's why I guess we call it pop. I don't know, I've never really thought of it that way, but I was just thinking about it. It just came to mind. I was just about to ask you the same thing. Yeah, it's just, I heard that most people down south call all pops like Coke. Just straight up Coke. That's what I thought. Like, I'll have a Coke, and it could be a Sprite or a Mountain Dew. I would be so confused. Hey, do you want a Coke? Yeah, I'm thinking about a Coca-Cola, and next thing you know, a Sprite shows up. I would be very confused. Very confused.
Anyone have Sprite?
Get a bent pin here. Interesting. We'll be able to bend it back, but I just noticed it on the PWM connection for the pump. I don't think that pin's going to be used anyway. But yeah, it's fine. Plug right in. One of my employees is from Michigan. She says at home she calls it pop, but at work public she calls it soda. Yeah, pretty much I think everybody I know calls it pop. Hey, do you want a pop? Pop. Pop, 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 pop. I'd also be confused about that one too if I didn't know that pop was pop, like soda. I could understand that one. But I don't understand the Coke thing, or the Coke thing. That one I don't understand. Like, that does not make sense, sir. You like some soda? Sorry. Just weird things I was thinking about. We call a lot of different things, but have the same meanings, etc. Or we have different phrases and stuff. It's kind of cool. One of my buddies up here married a girl from Texas. He's always fun to talk to about that kind of stuff. That's where I've been learning most of it. And they got married down in Texas, so we had to go down there for the wedding, which was a very interesting drive. It was like 24 hours straight. We drove one way, non-stop, and one way, non-stop back. And we did that all in like 4 days or 5 days or something like that. I think it was 2 days there at the wedding, and the rest was driving. It was absolutely insane. That drive, I will never do again. If I ever go back to Texas, I'm flying. I am not driving that drive again. I refuse. I'm even older now. Hey, hick, country speaking is fun. Hey, hick, country speak is funny. Oh, yeah. Hey, are you calling us funny or you? Because I think some of our stuff up here is kind of hickish. Us. Okay. I think some of our stuff up here is. Just listen to some of our lingo up here. It's weird. I agree with it. Some of our lingo is kind of weird. Up here. So when you're talking to anybody in Michigan, do they ever put their hand up like this? Like, hey, I'm right here. That's how they like draw you an instant map of Michigan. Like, here. I'm right here. That's like one of the Michigan things that are up here. What else? Kind of thing. There's a few more that I'm just not thinking of. Pure Michigan. That's always that's just a running joke now. No offense to anybody that loves Pure Michigan, or the phrase, but it's just you drive on our roads and you'll understand what Pure Michigan means. Yeah, it's interesting. Places you go and notice people have different things. They say different lingo or saying. Yep. Pure Michigan potholes. That's really what Pure Michigan means. Oh yeah, that was one thing. Okay, driving in Texas. So we were driving, like, I don't even remember what town or county or whatever city we're in, but we were driving in a two-way road. One lane going south, one lane going north, and semi-trucks were passing us at 85 miles an hour going the opposite direction. And I gotta tell you, that was the scariest shit I've ever driven in. It was perfect, clear day. There was no weather problems or anything like that, but having the wind of that semi-truck drive by you at like 80 miles an hour while you're driving, probably 100 miles an hour the other direction, and that's like basically 200 miles an hour of force. That was probably the scariest stuff ever, and that's normal for you guys. So I'll complain about my potholes, but that was just crazy. That was crazy. I thought it was crazy. I was like, never again am I ever driving to Texas like that. What's the normal driving speed for y'all? I'd say for the freeway, which is, the expressway. That might be another term that you guys use different than us. But the freeway that we call it up here, the expressway, is 70 to 75 is the actual speed limit, though most people do like 85-ish. And then the rest of the back roads are like 60, 65, and then the city is between 35 and 25. Probably the average or normal speeds.
Below.
Okay, not much different. Yeah, except for when you have a two-way road, and you have semi-trucks passing you at like 80 miles an hour. That's pretty scary. That's some scary stuff, man. Especially if you're not used to it. Like, if semi-trucks don't do that here in Michigan. Just don't. It's not normal. Not that I have a problem with semi-trucks or anything like that, but it's just, man, they drive by pretty quick. that force taking your car is exhilarating, so to speak. I could say anything I drive like I can afford another car if they. There you go. That's one way to look at it. You'd be saying the same thing up here in Michigan because the potholes are so bad, not because of how fast you drive and if you total it or not. It'd be more so, hey, I have to replace my car because the potholes here in Michigan destroyed mine. Not because I totaled it, because I drove too fast. That's Michigan, pure Michigan. Once again, sorry if I'm offending anybody by saying that, but it's the ugly truth about Michigan. And they keep raising the taxes on the road, or for the roads. It's just hilarious. And then they never get any better anyway, because the money ends up going somewhere else. Hulk PR. Speaking about cars, don't waste your money. What, I'm buying a new car right now? Yeah, don't do that. Buy used if you need something. Let's get what we call a shit shaker up here. With, 35 to the gallon. You'd do just fine. And by the way, Hulk Pierre, how are you doing? Or you could be like me and lower your car so you can feel the potholes even closer, which would then make you drive slower. I would buy a new car if I lived in Michigan. No, not worth it. Your new car will feel like a used car literally after one day. I'm just saying, a new car, if you bought it on Monday, Tuesday, your new car would feel like a used car driving on Michigan roads. Or I'm sorry, you say I wouldn't. Sorry. I probably need another shot of caffeine or something. Dude is taking $82 to fill my tank on the Subaru, yeah. My Cruise, my 2014 Cruise that I still have. Thank blessed soul for trying. He is about $58, almost $60, pushing $60 to fill. Good man leaving Oakland right now. The potholes and weather for Michigan cars sound like money down the drain. Pretty much, yeah. So if you're thinking of a car as an investment, the only time it's ever an investment here in Michigan is if you buy it and then park it in a garage and don't drive it. And that is an investment for a vehicle. And even then it could probably depreciate somehow. But yeah, if you're buying a car for a daily driver, just buy a shit shaker and LPD, man. Oh yeah, by the way, Michigan forces you to have car insurance, which is finally changing, I think, right? Or the no fault. Isn't that changing, or it has changed already? Hulk, maybe you can answer that question because you're up here with me. That's finally changing, I believe. Or it already has. I use E85. Oh, that's cool. But it still costs $60 to fill up my charger down here. Well, that's pretty cool, though. I mean, using E85. There's a lot of places that offer it up here, but I don't ever see anybody pumping it. Which is kind of... I wonder if that just costs more up here. I didn't really look at the price up here for that. Didn't really pay attention to that. I will next time I go to the pump, though. I'm curious now. Still the same thing. I know you can't opt out of the medical coverage Or you can opt out. Yeah, if you only, so the medical coverage, you can only opt out if you have proof that you have medical coverage. If you don't have proof you have medical coverage, or if you don't have health insurance, then they will force it on you. So, for example, if you have health insurance through your company that you're working for, and you prove it to your car insurance, they'll pull the medical. That's the only time they will, is if you provide proof. Physical, like there's a special paper that gets printed from your health insurance that to be handed to your car insurance, so that the health insurance can prove to the car insurance that you have health insurance. It is so stupid. Wish there was like a portal we could just be like, hello, all done. But, you know, I am looking for a cable for the puppet. This bad boy. Oh yeah, and we needed this. No, we don't, because we have that. Gotta talk through it.
I have Phantom.
Okay, so we've got one cable to plug in here, and then a couple cables on the back, the video card to install, and then we have the power supply to install. We're firing this bad boy up. We're at 1 hour and 40 minutes. We're cutting close to the 2 hour mark. I got talking a little bit here, so whoopsie daisy. Moving on.
Jimmy, you're dying.
Push these cables through these holes. I don't like the way that looks, so I'm going to fix it. Now, just another question for you, sir. If you, hold on, I'll come back to that. I used 80, only if your insurance is the primary coverage in a car accident, which no company provide that kind of insurance. Yeah. It's just obnoxious how complicated our stuff has to be up here. And I swear it's because we have snow and ice. But literally the only reason why everything's complicated, in my opinion. And expensive. Still not cheap. Like, the insurance companies make way too much money off us. I didn't mean to make it like a, hey, let's complain about the insurance company episode. Huh. Maybe I am going blind. Oh, because I already plugged it in. Oh, I'm special. So special. Do. Uh, let's see. Hey, at least we got the $400 refund this year. Yeah, okay. Guess how they're gonna get that money back? They're just gonna be like, okay, here's your money, and then they're gonna take it back somehow, some other way. Mark my words, they'll get it from us, one way or another. Probably have a guy running around smashing people's headlights in. Alright. Here we go. We got all of our cables plugged in. I think we need here.
Ivy?
Probably slap a zip tie on that. Let's do some cable sleeve cables. And then we'll get to the video card, and then we'll get to, what do you call it? Where's my cones? Do I have any cones here? Where are my cones? Got them. Yeah, I probably need a coffee right now. Like, I don't know. Oh no, I've got coffee here. Thank you though, I do appreciate the offer. Kimmy Hose is probably one of my favorite coffees. If I do go out to get a coffee. I got coffee, I got Coke here. Coca-Cola. Just for any of you confused Southerners out there. So here I am, just putting our cables into the combs here. These are cable combs, little pieces that keep the cables nice and fancy like. They're kind of cool. Cool. And you can also adjust them and do some pretty cool designs with them if you wanted to. Usually just keep them straight. That is the expected outcome.
I said nothing.
Your father.
Oh my god. My heart.
Oh boy. That takes a little bit of focus to get these cables done. So if you're not focusing, you could very easily accidentally make it so that you mess it up a little bit, and then you have to backtrack, and it's kind of a pain. So a little bit of focus here. Get through these. Very easily grab one of the incorrect wires while we're putting them in the cones here.
I said man.
And the tighter it gets, the less it likes to work with you.
What?
And there we are. Beautiful cable comb here. Now we can give it a nice curl that we want. And then we'll adjust the cables on the other side once we push it through here. Deal with it later. That is our 24-pin power connection. Nice and clean, right? Looking like a PC, don't you say so? Don't you say so? Don't you say so? Okay, maybe I do need like an espresso or something. We're gonna flip this guy around. Same thing, except quite a few less cables. This is gonna be for the CPU.
Right. It's orange and orange for me, but color.
And one more for the CPU. We have a motherboard, an X570 with extra power, and that is so you can overclock it. I'm going to send this through here, pull it in. Here's, I sent the wrong end through. Design me.
And right now. Follow me! Follow me! Follow me! Guys, follow me! Guys. Oh yeah, I've seen.
There we go. We have all 12 cables there, 24 cables here, and now we just got to get the video card mounted, and we're going to do the video card PCI connections, PCIe connections. Then we just got to plug in the stuff in the back, and we're good to go. Holy smokes, we're getting there. Looks good as ASF. Thank you, sir. I feel that I got to work in 2.5 hours. You feel that you got to work in 2.5 hours? Like, you seriously have to work in 2.5 hours, or I feel that I got to work in two. I'm not catching that, sir. I am not understanding. And here is our RTX 3080 by MSI.
No, it's here! No, it's here! No, it's here! No, it's here! Oh.
This is a beast of a card. So simply, we line the card up to the slot here, and then it should just basically drop right in here, right into the slot. But I am getting snagged up on something here, which I'm not sure what the deal is. Yep. There we go, I got it. Just had to square it up a little bit to get it to slide in there. Yeah, I do, but you said you need an espresso, and I'm agreeing because I have to work soon. Oh, I got you. All right, now it makes sense because that makes sense. I don't know why I didn't catch that earlier. Probably because I need an espresso shot or a shot of something. Now, I usually put these cables, power supply cables, down and under on the case. I'll show you. I'll usually take these cables that I'm working with right here, and I'll go down and under the video card. That's the normal. Some people will prefer to do it the other way sometimes. It's very rare, but I'll show you both ways here and see which one you like best. If I can get this plugged in, and then I'll do the cable combs. This is up and over. It would go up and over, kind of down like that. Alright, and then this is down and under, which would go down, under, like that. I mean, personally I like the down and under. Which one do you want?
Oh, one more. Oh. 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 Oh, come on.
Sorry, I missed that. I was checking on my clothes in the dryer, but whatever you want to do, it looks sick either way. Well, you're going with down and under, sir. That just looks way better. So this is down and under, like this.
My gosh.
Okay. And then this is up and over, which is like that. You just see the cables over the top rather than not see the cables. It just blends better with this right here to go down and under. I think it just meshes better.
Gosh, guys, please. Let's go.
Like that. Sweet, yeah, down and under.
Eyeball.
I thought so. That's why I already went ahead and went with down and under. Down and under.
And run. GG. I'm gonna. I'm shaking, guys. I'm shaking. Look at me. I'm shaking. Over here, they know. Guys. Oh, I heard spray over here. Careful. Spray, spray. Oh my gosh! I'm on skin. I'm on skin.
Do, 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 do.
Guys,
There we go. So we got all of our cables done here on this side. Now we just need to get the power supply plugged in on the back side. Get the fans plugged in.
Wait, got it. No.
And then we fire it up. So yeah, we're sticking right on time here. And you can tell the difference between this build and probably one of my past builds, simply because the lack of extra wires back here. Normally you see about 50 of them with those fans, and because we're using these new fans, it is so much cleaner back here. Just makes so much more sense. You know? Now we just got to get these connections plugged in here, and we're good to go. I'll be cleaning up these cables a little bit here before we pack it up and send it. This is not the end results. An FYI. Where did my... and my here. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. And this guy. This guy goes right here. These are 5 volts addressable RGB 5 volt connections, which play tricks with my mind, with my eyes. But they're addressable, so that means rainbow colors that everybody loves use these days. Or any static color you want, literally. Whatever you want to do. Power supply time. Our 1000 watt Supernova Gold. Time to plug her in. Power supply. Then we'll fire it up. Then we'll have to do like one of those drum roll things to see if I actually did it. That was a figure of speech, my dear. $1,000 watts. This way, you pretty much will never need to upgrade your power supply unless you do something really crazy with your PC and need, you know, more than 1,000 watts. But you've pretty much got any video card that you ever plug into the system covered under 1,000 watts. So you'll never need to replace your power supply. That's why we go with these. It is a system that is built for the future with upgrades in mind. almost there. Also, I love the smell of the new power. That is like the new car smell for an IT guy. We are. Now we're just going to mount this power supply. Well, you know what, before I do that, I just want to double check one thing under here. Sure, what I want to make sure I have access to. That. And that last one. That one. Access to everything we need. Fan facing up because we have a vent on the back. And we don't want to suffocate our power supply. Be a slightly tight fit. Getting this in. We got it. All right. Now all we got to do is screw this in, plug it in, flip it over, fire it up. Nearly there. I'm gonna get to see if I built the thing right. If it posts, fires up. Well, I don't really doubt myself. I'm fairly confident I built it right. This is being a little bit of a challenge. A side note, when we have a power supply this long, we should probably plug these in first before we slide the power supply in. Thought did cross my mind, and I was like, nah, I can do it. Now I'm sitting here regretting that decision a little bit. Just a little bit tight in here, that's all. Not anything I can't handle, just extra work that it could have been avoided.
Hello, motherfucker.
And then I'm just putting this back panel on for the aesthetics when we fire it up for the first time. Oh my gosh. She's heavy. It looks like I'll probably have to play with some of these cables a little bit on the inside here. Tidy it up a little bit before we ship. But for the most part, we're ready to go. Are you ready for this? Epic saxophone. One of my favorites. Another one of my favorites. I love them all. That's why I picked them all. all those sound bits. Getting the power cable plugged in, the USB mouse, all that stuff. Get that all plugged in so we can start clicking. Make sure we're centered up here so you can see it. Okay. Apparently I have a cable on the back side here, or I have a bad fan. Something isn't right with this fan. These aren't on. We have a bad fan. Pretty sure. Hold on, I gotta get the light back on and take a look at this thing. Keeps wanting to spin, but it's grinding. So we did post, so the plus side is I got something not right with these top fans. Or did I just forget to plug it in? No, they're plugged in. They should be spinning. And this fan is getting hung up on something. I don't like that. Let's take a look. Find out what it is. No. Don't like that. I accidentally pushed the power button again. Let's hope it's just a cable or something on the backside here. Fix the fan. Now I gotta fix the top fan.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
It's just getting jammed up. Now we just gotta find the top fans because it's not getting any power whatsoever. So that tells me it's probably the static kit. So there's no RGB, no movement on the fan itself.
Turn down for what?
Gotta be this. Or it's the connection, the physical connection from the cable, or the fans to the cable. If you got pulled loose with all this extra wire in here. That's probably another option. Very possible. Yep, it is pulled loose. Now I have to locate that connection. It's right here. That is why our top fans are not running. Okay, I'm not even going to bother putting that panel back on, and hopefully these cables don't hit the fans. Okay, take two. Oh, so much better. There you go. Mission failed. Thank you. I appreciate all the failed and turned down for what after I recovered, right? That's what that was for. And the cough and dance right was right. It looks awesome. Hey, I got all the fans working. Yeah, I just pulled apart when I stuffed the cables down into the cable management slot. It just pulled the main harness from these 3 fans up here on the radiator. Yeah, she's glowing, man. You got total of 10 fans in here, plus 3 more on the graphics card if you want to count those. Got him. Overly hyped. Thank you. Yes, sir. It looks good. I'm happy with it. I'm going to clean up those cables in the back, though. So, and then we are shipping this one, correct? I don't see it listed here on this invoice, but I'm pretty sure we're shipping this one. So, just a side note, we're shipping it, I believe, to you in Texas. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know why I'm having, because I have a couple of local orders as well right now. We are going to pull the video card out while we ship it. So it is going to be transported with the video card removed and packaged in here. It will be packaged in here and in its foam padding and everything. The reason why is because when it's shipped, these cards like to bounce up and down, especially with their weight, and it will destroy the slot that the motherboard connects the video card to. And we would rather you receive a product that we know is going to work 100% instead of take a gamble on this video card getting damaged. There's going to be a little bit of assembly when you receive it. If you have any questions with this, I can walk you through it very easily. And it's simply just slide the card in, 2 screws go in, power cord's plugged in, you're good to go. There's not a whole lot to it. And I can walk you through it over video chat or however you want to do it. Yeah, it's just 9 times out of 10 these cards get damaged when they're shipped, and it's simply because of their weight, and they're bouncing around in a truck, and that vibration just destroys them. So that's the only thing that'll be unplugged, and then the only assembly you'll have is take the glass panel off, plug the card in, 2 screws, 2 cables, panel back on, you're good to go. So, and again, I'll be here if you need any assistance when you get it, and I can assist you and walk you through it. Doesn't take much. And then you'll be starting Windows up and installing your games, man. So yeah, we got a little bit of a little bit more process left on this. We have to install Windows. We have to install the drivers, do all the BIOS updates for the motherboard, and then do the XMP and any type of other configuration we're going to do. And then we also have the battle tested phase, which is really putting a load on the system to make sure, number one, that the cooling is working and the performance is performing where it should be before we certify the computer as battle tested, ready to go. So there's quite a bit of work left here that we're going to do off stream, because you'd sit here and probably age a little bit watching me do this. It's all the boring stuff nobody really cares about. And then but yeah, we should have it ready to go sometime here in the middle of the week, or worst case scenario towards like Thursday. I'd say no later than Thursday we'd have it out. So we should have it shipped, and I should have your tracking information over to you in your email for UPS no later than Thursday, I'd say, unless something comes up, like something doesn't work. But in my opinion, I think everything's looking like it's working fine. Except for that fan. I'm kind of worried about that. I just don't want it to pop out and do the same problem again. These blades, actually, you could pull them apart, and that one was just popped out of its socket, so to speak. So I just want to keep an eye on it and spin it up, etc. If I have to replace it, I've got more here. Okay, awesome. Sounds good. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. But this is it. This is your build, man. We did it, and I'm excited to get it wrapped up, boxed up, and shipped to you, just so I can hear what your reaction is when you see it. Because trust me, seeing it right here on video is not anything like seeing it in person. Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gents, I am out for the evening. I'm gonna go move on to the next build stream, which we are looking at possibly doing sometime here in the next, I'd say, day or two. We should have Coty's, or I'm drawing a blank. Thomas, I almost said Coty and mixed the two. I don't know why I just did that. It might be because I'm tired. But Thomas's build is coming up here. He was in here earlier in the chat, so we're looking forward to getting his built, and I believe it's going to be either Tuesday night or Wednesday night, depending on his availability. But I think we're going to do Wednesday night right now. So there will be another stream if you want to come back in and join. If you know anybody that needs a PC, you definitely know who to send them to, as we build. Take it easy, man. Thank you, you too, man. Awesome work as always. Thank you. I appreciate it, sir. If you ever have any questions while we're building, if you have any just technical questions, or interested in getting a PC built, live streamed, we pretty much live stream anybody's build. We don't charge for it, so it's a cool thing. We can build parties. Gonna need you to do a rebuild for me sometime. Awesome. Yeah, definitely, man. Hit me up. We could get a rebuild going. Clean up the other one. I've done quite a bit of that actually recently. A lot of people are trying to save a few bucks, taking some of their old components and reusing them. So I could do that as well. But I was there with Bryce once. You help with my IO. Oh, okay, yeah. Yep, no, I remember, yep. Did you get a new case yet, or are you still waiting on that? I think that case was, if I remember correctly, Bryce brought a few people over here for some work. I can't remember if I'm thinking of the right one. Maybe not. Still using that car? Oh, okay, never mind, it is. Gotcha. The one that's suffocating. Well, you know how to reach me, man. Just let me know when you're ready and we can we can get you in a new case and really get that air flowing. I mean, if you put your hand in here, your hand's probably going to go numb after a while. It's so cool. That's the kind of airflow you want, especially in a especially like long gaming sessions. If you're playing like you know 7+ hours, etc., you really want even a couple hours. You know, that takes a toll on it. You want the airflow flowing. Can do. Awesome. All right, guys, have a good rest of your evening, and I'll see you in a couple days next stream. Thanks, guys. Thanks for stopping in.